Pretty reasonable hand. Easy keep. So I'd like to welcome whoever's watching right now, but this is our first Saturday stream. As I'm trying to stream more for anybody who's interested. Yeah. Don't know what our opponent is on, but we'll find out shortly. Maybe elves. Nope. Ugh. That is not what. Unfortunately, we have both basics in our hand. We don't have a kill anytime soon, so I'm just gonna cash this green sun in for visionary. Good thing we cashed it in, because yeah, they would have shredded our hand here. Probably named natural order first and then glimpse, or vice versa. Yeah. The unfortunate part is we drew both forests naturally. Drew both forests naturally. Normally, we would get at least one land because I'm gonna be safe normally and fetch uh, force with my first fetch, and then once we see that they're on veteran explorer, not fetch it afterwards. But this is, yeah, we're down a force. Thank you for the follow. Sorry. Thank you for the follow up, Paragathian 2992. So they'll name Shepherd and take our last card. Uh, kind of a interesting situation too because they have to play a creature at least or have removal because this is a lot of damage. Alright, there's the removal spell. The good thing is, as usual with this deck, top deck natural just wins the game. That's pretty good too. Sure. More redraws. I don't think we're keeping anything on the board here. The damage, actually, I don't think the damage from Reclaimer really matters. So I'd rather just deck thin, to be honest. And we can do this on end step. Their basic configuration, it's important to note this because I think they're on a Field of the Dead deck, or at least they're pretending to be, because they have one of each, right? I mean, I played some Field of the Dead, pre-ban and modern, and I played this kind of mana base in EDH before because of Tainted Pack, but just little things to keep in mind. This is a very scary card. Not at the moment, but in general. Green Sun? For 2. Sure. Oh, we might just be dead here. I think they might be on the small comp. Yep. So we just might just be dead. kind of unfortunate. I think I want to leave Archon in now that we know what they're on. Um, don't think we care about the Bog. Cabal pick could be relevant for their combo or for Plague Engineer. Any black deck, you gotta expect Plague Engineer. Like, if you're not prepared for it, like I can't really say anything besides like the onus is typically on you to be prepared because it shouldn't be come to it. It shouldn't come as a surprise. So I think there's like this is like kind of awkward. I don't think I want that. It's possible we just don't want to die to the combo because they have 8 green suns. Um, Let me think. Do we have more dead cards we can take out? Probably don't need the heritage to be honest. Or we can go 1-1 even between Birchlore and Heritage. Yeah, this will give us more game, so to speak, against them. Excuse me. Against the combo, so we don't just accidentally lose like we did right now. It's funny too because I'm in some group chats and people have been saying they've been running to a lot of Delver. So I fired up this league thinking, oh great, we're gonna hopefully get a farm some Delver players, but not not really what I want. I think we want speed, and that's not. It's a little too slow. Sure, that's better. But yeah, I was hoping to farm some Delver players right now, but unfortunately ran into this deck. I've the few times I've played Nif in the past or against it, I think it favors us. They have some hands that like we lose to, but in general, their deck I feel is kind of inconsistent. I haven't played against this version though, with the combo, so hard to say. But in general, I've been doing very good against the smog decks. I don't think they are very. We'll check our draws first. I don't think they are very. I don't think they line up well against us, so to speak. Also, half the well, actually, kind of both sides of the combo don't really are kind of bad on their own. That's the other issue I don't really like about the deck. Unfortunately, sure, don't think we care. All right, let's see what's up. Diabolic Intent. Jeez, that's a card. So they already have both halves of a combo here. For those not familiar, the Witch does the same thing with Smog. So you just take the intent. The tutors are in general much scarier. They're running the Grove combo too? That's kind of insane. Like, it just seems a little unfocused, I guess, if I'm being nice. But we might lose to it. That is one thing I wish would change. Like I know Ari Zax has talked about this, but um, prelims, I'm not really incentivized to play them anymore, only because I don't need qualifier points, and I mean, based on the map, from what I understand, they're just minus EV. It's good for like testing and things like that, but I mean, I can get some testing at least done in leagues without having taking the EV hit. I don't play enough other formats. Ooh, that is annoying. We don't have the bog at the moment. We might just be dead. So they can't kill us next turn, luckily. Um, we're still a while away from the Cabal Pit turning on. It will be on though this turn because we can force. Yeah, well, I don't want to divulge too much, go into too much here. I'll just like pass the turn, but we can set up a Cabal Pit activation and get Threshold this turn by getting a fetch. Because we have two Reclaimer activations here. Um, and then that puts us at 6. And then one of the cards we're going to get is a fetch. That puts us at 7. Sure. Excuse me. So we know one card in hand is the Grove. There's two unknowns. We have to leave one black source, and then the other one has to be a fetch. I don't want. I think we can pitch the Cradle here because we have a second in hand. Get the fetch first. There's the Cabal Pit. So we can deal with the witch if need be, right? Like we take E3 life. If they attempt to smog us, I mean sure, I guess. I don't think we saw the Grove game one, right? Let me just check. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Uh, I mean, had I known about, yeah, we died on turn 3. Had I known about the Grove, I'd definitely keep the Boggin. But I mean, c'est la vie, right? Hey, Madrota. Yeah, it's annoying because what the floor on this card is still pretty high, um, which is annoying. So people can play a main deck. I honestly don't mind it that much, considering like you need something to kind of keep elves in check. And while our version is more resilient to this, like otherwise elves could run rough shot on the format. So I mean, it's it's annoying, but like it's not. Well, that's kind of good. So I don't think we want this to continue living. Um, Suffice to say, so that cuts us off of mana is the only problem. I think we can live with a couple of pests. That's fine. Actually, no. The P fire is gonna be a problem. Yeah, I think we just do it now. Before they have more creatures. Yeah, yeah. So going back to what Madrota said, the frustrating part about engineer is that it has death touch, which makes the floor on the card very high, because it can kill Tormagor or whatnot. It pretty much always trades, one for one at least. I can't really think of a scenario where it doesn't, but at least not without it being kind of convoluted. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Like honestly, we've already went through Dreadhorde Arcanus, and I'd rather deal with this if Dreadhorde took the axe, which it did. The play patterns of this is like not very skill intensive, but neither was Dreadhorde, in my opinion. So the reason why we didn't, well, I guess we could have just witched them, and then in response to the smog. The only thing is they do have punishing fire going, which is kind of why. Well, I guess I could have responded to the trigger, but it's kind of why I did it there. I could have waited to see if they were gonna go for punishing fire, because if they go for the smog, then they blow themselves out, right? But not even really, because this will eventually take over the game. I think we're probably a dog from this board state. We have some outs, namely natural order, but again, we did not see Grove game one, and it's like kind of awkward now. We just take it. Like they want to kill one of our reclaimers. Yeah, I think the frustrating part was about Dreadhorde, and I guess some of it applies a little bit to Engineer, is I felt like players who maybe I would outplay otherwise, like they made kind of I kind of call it plays at random, which is they're casting spells at random, and it just didn't matter because of Dreadhorde. All right, that's a very good draw. We don't have lethal, unfortunately, but I'm just gonna pitch this. We're gonna get the Archon here. The question is whether we want to name sorcery instant. The problem with naming, well, they might not have the mana, right? Because that's a lot of mana to do all in one turn. I think we just name sorcery, so we just don't die out of nowhere, and we just trust that Archon can go the distance. I'm playing the percentages. I think Madrotha, and I think sure. I think we're unlikely to lose from this board state. We know they have a ton of sorcery in their deck, and Grove is annoying, but I believe well I believe we'll get their game three. I mean, we'll get to game three. We have the abrupt decay. Yeah, the fire is annoying, but I don't think they can do everything in one turn to take down an Archon. That's a lot of mana they need. That's 6 plus 2, right? I played some D&T too. Yeah, Punishing Fire is quite annoying. But that's like 8 mana they need, and they would need 5 red, which they're very far away from. Right? Like they have 2 red right now. And if they want to start bashing, I think we can kill the engineer too with the abrupt decay. This is like a pseudo progenitus in this matchup. I'm a little concerned only because our life is low, but I think we can get there. So they're offering the trade. I think I'm okay with that. They want to kill the reclaimer, they can. Like, we just need we need to live for 4 turns, and I think I like our chances with decay. We want to spend time killing the druid they can. That's like the least of our concerns. Not to mention, each time they do that, we gain life too, which is like now race back, right? What in the world? Oh, man, it's quite frustrating. They may get double red here, which is a little scary. I don't think we trade. Yeah, I mean, this is like the frustrating thing about League sometimes. Like, you just play against things you don't really expect to play against. Alright, we just need to get to 2 more turns. Um, we might as well play this. It doesn't hurt. Like, if they're gonna spend time just like playing a plague engineer, that I don't think we care. Like this mildly annoys them. So I guess the important takeaway about this match game so far is we play the percentages. We'll see how it works out. But I was essentially betting on our deck not being able to lose if we name sorcery. Don't think we care about that. We want to give them the lands. All right, we just gotta make it a 1 turn now. That's reasonable, yes. So these dorks here are just like for chump purposes, in case they try to bum rush us. And we're not gonna block the pest and give them life. This guy's kind of funny actually. You think about it, like they have their card advantage, like engine completely working. It's just that they can't beat this 5/6. 5, 3, 4, 5. Nope, I'm not gonna block any of these. These are the creatures they want to die. So, oh, actually, let me take that back. The witch they don't want that to die, but then they're trying to get us to block it and then punishing fire us. I don't think they have an out. Maybe trophy, I guess, but oh, they're hitting their own. I see. I still don't think it matters. I think we just hit this. We're just trying not to die this turn because now we really have lethal. It's never a good sign when you have to kill your own dude for life. What I should have, well, what I should have done was probably kill the witch, but it's hard to say, right? Because I can't really attack. I can't really block them because I can chump, but it has menace is a problem. All right, so that's 3, 4, 5. They're just short, I think. I'm not playing around Bolt plus P Fire. Yeah. We sweated it out a little bit, but I felt pretty good about this game. All right. Game three. So, the one thing I want to note there is like that plague engineer didn't really matter. Like you board in a way where we just blanked their plague engineers, which is like expected, right? And we do have the answer. I think we definitely want the bog now that we know about P Fire. Um, the decay is like super awkward. I did not like that at all. Like it's only good if they have a combo, but I'm not sure we should play around it. Like it's I don't know how much they're going in on the combo. It seems kind of awkward. I don't think I want to play around that because it was like otherwise really bad. Uh, the thing is, we do. Yeah, Scoos is a good. It also eats their. Yeah, I could do like this. That's a good suggestion. The only reason to play this is because we think we're gonna. It depends if we think we can win a fair game. Or sorry, it depends if we think that we need to adjust for their unfair half. And my guess is their deck is a little inconsistent. They do have tutors. Man, this is a tough call. I think. I feel like we win if we just don't die to the combo. So I'm still gonna play it, and I'm just gonna go down to zero mana dorks essentially. And then with the graveyard hate, I think actually, what am I doing? This is not even. I think we just want Leyline, right? Because of Cabal Therapy. Yeah, that seems a lot better. Shepherd is like kind of useless in this. Actually, I'm gonna go down to zero Shepherd. That's not where we want to be. And then we keep some. We get to keep some of them ramp, which is nice. This is this is a mistake in hindsight by me. Like Shepherd is not particularly good in this kind of matchup. I think we just the creatures that die to Plague Engineer. I think we want them for acceleration. This is an easy mole. That's pretty good. Um, I don't think we want two Thoughtseizes. Like it's kind of awkward. I think we want the one to take like whatever relevant card that they have, and then that just locks them out of their shenanigans. Pretty good start, I would say. Edicts are not very good against us. We'll just take the green sun. Ideally, we hit a land here. Ugh. I'm just gonna lead with the worst card, so to speak. Well, actually, we don't want them to make good use of their manas. We're just not gonna play anything because it's gonna, well, it's just gonna die to Liliana's Edict. So we could just play our worst card, I guess. Yeah, and then if they want to edict that, they can. I don't really care. Like this blanks 7 cards in their deck. Well, really four, and then like this is like a half card, right? Because you need the other half of the combo. But hitting the therapies and hitting the veteran explorers is huge. This is quite the brew though. We gotta hit a land though. Is the only concern. Sure. So we know three of the four cards. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. This is kind of funny. We're gonna play Visionary. It's so bad at the Edict here. They might. I mean, just to stay on board, right? I mean, tempo wise. Ideally, we draw another land here that's not a Cradle, or an Arbor, or we draw a creature and just glimpse for two. Because my line is gonna be Green Sun because uh, this looks like an attrition based game that I think we're gonna win. I think the only way we lose from this point with a ley line out is getting smogged out. So um, ideally, the Reclaimer can hit the board and then we'll fetch up the Cabal Pit. So they're getting the Apprentice here, which is a little scary. No, they're getting the Ooze. Okay. I don't think I care about that, to be honest. So we know their last one of the two cards left. We're just glimpsing for value here. Sure. This is like not gonna matter in my opinion. Like it's a 4/4, and then we can like take like 3-4 hits from it. I don't think it's gonna be irrelevant. If they boarded in just to string Reclaimer, I think that's really bad. They're probably maybe it looks like they're thinking about eating a Visionary. It's good to recognize some of these tells from your opponent because you kind of get a glimpse into, pun not intended, into what they're thinking. Sure. So the ley line already doing work right there, right? Don't tell me that they're a bolt in addition. Sure, that makes more sense. All right, that's pretty good. We have our own ooze now. I'm just gonna lead with this first just to see what's up. Oh, they used their green sun. That's right. The E-Wit is just completely dead, and so is the Veteran Explorer. Uh, I feel like the what's up, Jonathan? Right in time, as our opponent is virtually naked at the moment. Good day for sure. I feel like we just take the Ewit. I mean, they're both bad. I don't think it matters here, but I'm gonna Visionary. And our opponent's like, it's virtually naked, right? We know their hand is just like they don't have anything. What's up, Said? Oh, this is a mistake on my behalf. Let me just mod you right now. So said you have mod access now. I don't think we care about the ooze, like honestly speaking. Madrova, yeah, sure. You've been here for a while too, so why not? 7912. Let me know if that works. I don't think we care about the ooze. They can play the veteran explorer. It just doesn't do anything at the moment. Um, let's see. We have four man. There's really no need to play out the second one. We could just bluff something, I guess. Like we just leave all the mana up here. For sure, Tonic Booth. I don't think I've seen you around too much, so I'm not gonna make it that easy. Where it's first timers as well. But I apologize if this is not your if you've been around the last few times and I just missed it. Uh, so I'm gonna block with the Arbor and just like fetch it away and sacrifice it away. This is kind of a nice line. They have two green. We have more green than them. I think we get the Cabal pit from this uh, point. Oh, that's true. All right. I'm not gonna disagree with that. So now you have mod as well. I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to eat this. If they attempt to eat, I'll eat back. These are the gamesmanship that we're going on here. Sure. All right. I mean, I can't see how we lose from here. Like, we just have the whole board, I think, locked up at this point. I mean, there you go. Like, it was only a matter of time. Not the matchup I wanted to play, but I mean, we got there. Might as well go for the eat. No, I think it's good. We lost round one because sorry, not round one. Game one because we didn't know what they were doing. Like, in all honesty. It does. It does. It does. Uh, sure. I don't think it matters. That's true. Like, it's funny too because game two, this is game three. Game two, they punishing fired us, and we did not even see Grove game one. So like, I was just completely confused. Actually, this is a mistake. They can, we still have more than lethal. Sure. I mean, it's still a lot. There you go. All right, so let me go over it real quickly for those who just tuned in. Everybody's a mod now. That's the quick recap. But game one, they like smogged us out of nowhere, so caught us by surprise. Game two, we got an Archon out named Sorcery because even though they had Punishing Fire going, I just did not feel like we are gonna lose that card. And anybody who caught the game saw like at the end of the game, we just had no creatures besides an Archon, and Archon just went the distance 4 turns in a row. Like they just had 5 turns actually because they gained some life. But I just bet on the deck that we are not going to lose to a Punishing Fire, and that's exactly what happened. And then game three, everybody kind of saw how that played out. I'm gonna go over the deck list real quick, and I want to a couple of things to mention. Like uh, those who haven't been around, I haven't streamed the last few days just to take a break mentally. But this card has been very good, and I like two of it right now just because it forces your Delver players to play fair in the sense that they can't just try to cheese a win with a whale. And I've had multiple blowouts on stream, some off, where opponents think they can go, oh, turn three, turn one, force whatever you do, turn two, blind bolt whatever's on the field, turn three, tap out for whale, kind of like similar to Dreadhorde Arcanist, and then I just untap, and play a foul, a run a foul, and then I've had one opponent on Monday complain that this card is unfair. So if anybody wants to know what's unfair, that's a reminder. But essentially, run afoul is like your hedge that they don't try to cheese wins with the whale. And if Jonathan's still online, yes, Scoo's war with Cradle feels good for sure. Like, not that Scoo's ever should matter in these kind of matchups, but I mean, you never know, right? I know, Green got too much this year. Like, what is this? Metalfish. I think this is an elf player. Um, but if I remember correctly, I think he's in my Discord. Uh, if they're on elves, this is not a great hand to keep because we don't have the mana. Um, so chat, do you think we should play as if they're on elves or just assume we're blind here? I'm not 100% sure. My memory's not perfect. I guess we can just keep and assume that this is a normal hand. Because I would keep it otherwise. Let's do that. I don't like to assume people are on certain things. Glacial Chasm is unfair. I agree. Yeah, that's man. You know, a land's too good when they don't tap for mana. I hope they are not on elves, but if they are, it is what it is. I mean, you never know, right? And for the purposes like these streams, I'm just trying to like educate slash like hopefully reel in more Reclaimer elf players. So we'll assume, okay, they're on elves. We'll assume that they were not, but I think they are. Savannah. Okay, maybe they're single. They have a cradle, so it's got to be right. Yeah. I think we just need as much mana as possible. So, um, if they want to block, I don't. They're not gonna block. Like they're not gonna get stifled for no reason. Sure. So we're getting a little, punished for our keep here, but for the purposes of this stream, I am not gonna assume that they were on elves. The good thing is, actually, no, we don't have any live draws. We're probably just dead, to be honest. All right, enjoy, Jonathan. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate it. One more time for the road. As a reminder, Force of Negation is unfair. Should be removed from Modern. Speaking of Modern, man, they got Counterspell too. So it's possible. Well, we'll see. It's possible that us not mulling aggressively might have cost us this game, but hard to say. I'm kind of surprised, unless they have a crop rotation. I'm kind of surprised that they went into a second glimpse there. Because um, in general, in these combo mirrors where you can't afford to fizzle or you don't want to fizzle, mana is usually the bottle point, and you don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for? You don't want to bottleneck yourself on the mana portion when you're trying to, get there, so to speak. Fortunately for our opponent, I don't think it matters. I'm pretty sure we're just dead. I mean, we gotta try, but. And that's why I didn't bring back the Shepherd. I need the mana. Oof. There's no way with a full grip that they did not that they don't have a win condition in their hand. I'm. We need to hit the one crop rotation in our deck, and we did not. Now we're just dead. Hmm. Yeah. So it's a huge advantage if you know your opponent is on elves and they don't know. Yeah, we're just dead. We'll board in the Thought Seizes. The crop is nice too, for speed. Uh, oops. Here is my sideboard map for those who are curious how I board in the mirror. So yeah, I just take out the stuff that don't matter, and then for Thought Season and the speed. Actually, just updated today. Nope, cannot keep that. That's better, but not great. Got a crick in my neck. I don't think we can. Well, yeah, I think we want to fetch first. Because we don't want to see that card, right? I think we take the water away. We need action. So anybody who I want to show a stat from today's challenge that I think if you need any convincing why this version is better, I want to show a stat from today's challenge. After this match, though. So Elves has been doing the backstory. Elves has been doing real well this past few weeks. I don't think we care. Yeah. So Elves have been doing real well these past few weeks, including 3-4-0s in the prelims this week, which is kind of impressive. Shout out to Levi and Wambo combo, by the way. Wambo on the traditional list, and then Levi on the reclaimer list for their nice run. But my guess is there was a lot of hate coming into today, given how well Elves performed. And I want to show a statistic from the challenge that that kind of illustrates why I believe our version is better. The resilience to hate is kind of the big reason. Not to mention, you have additional game against the graveyard combos. In the mirror, you can argue this is the best card. Better than natural order because it comes in, because natural order on the draw might be too late. Like your opponent might have already won on their turn 3. Ugh, we cannot draw anything. Uh, Luckily it doesn't really matter yet. So I was gonna say, yeah, without a heritage druid or a birchlow ranger here, Nettle kind of doesn't really do anything. Which is why I kind of think it's win more in my personal opinion because um, it's only good when you're already comboing. Um, I've never really had an issue comboing. Granted, you have to have more experience with the deck, but I've never really had issues completely executing the combo without Nettle Sentinel. You have to play a lot tighter is the only thing. Which I understand. Some people, especially if they're new to the deck, they that's not something that they have the time to do, which is a valid concern. All right, we're just dead. So let me bring up this nice stat I saw earlier. And shout out to Volraf XP for doing this. All right, so this is from the challenge today. Oops. Wrong spreadsheet. Yeah, this is from the spreadsheet earlier today, and if you look, there was expected a more elf hate, and the win rate was sub 40%, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Like the Neto version does not deal with hate nearly as well as the Reclaimer version, and I don't think this is a coincidence today. But I mean, I don't want to be a dead horse. I just wanted to point something out that I thought was interesting that popped up on Twitter. So let's see what else we'll play against. So Meadowfish just messaged me on Discord. I'll just respond. Respond. Good games. What's up, Meadowfish? Glad to see you pop in. Uh, yeah, they're kind of like pretty luck based. Um, I told chat I was familiar with your username, and I just did a quick poll whether we should assume you were on Elves or not. For science, since this is like a more educational stream, I just assumed that we didn't know. Also, I don't know if you play other decks or whatnot, but we didn't keep. Sorry, we kept our hand because we just assumed. I would keep it in the blind otherwise. In the Elf Mirror, I would have mulled because it was kind of a slower game one hand. But yeah, like elf mirrors tend to be that way. Like whoever typically draws the payoff spell first, or whoever casts the first payoff spell, typically will win. From my experience. Sometimes the glimpse doesn't get their turn two, or there's like weird things that happen. But I would say majority of games are determined by whoever casts the first natural order. Sometimes the first glimpse too. Like natural order obviously being the best payoff in the matchup. Hopefully your league is going well though. Uh, yeah, I can see that. Like symbiote, like you really have to plan out. If you want to net mana with Nettle, you really have to plan out, or not plan out, but you have to make sure that you're sequencing correctly to get the most mana. It was a welcome. Well, I don't like playing the mirror, but it was welcome seeing your username though. I know you've been very supportive of the Discord in the past, so huge shout out to you. Nice. Yeah, I mean, can't scoff any at 4-1. I've been pretty happy like with this list. I think overall, I've been going 4-1, and actually this week alone, actually this week and last week, I had between the last 1.5 weeks, I had 4 5-0s. So like this, it's been treating me pretty well. Oh, we're playing against the Nifit player again. I apologize, chat. I swear it's not rigged. I did not want to queue into this again. I mean, to be fair, I also had more practice, and it's possible that I play more. I don't know how much you play, but just you know, I think we just pitched the land. I don't think the life really matters. Keep. So I'm just gonna grow reclaimer and keep the fetch. Okay, we drew it anyways. In this case, we keep the fetch for the arbor. I think I don't think Tom's on right now, not the chat right now, but somebody I know who I have a lot of respect for is Tom Hep. He played a deck, uh, and I mean I don't think he's playing at the moment, but man, he was like doing real well with the trophy race for a while, and it's difficult too because everybody knows what he's playing. Like that's not an easy feat. When everybody knows what you're on, so to speak. Uh, this is like a free roll, right? We gotta tap the visionary. The only thing though is I'm debating whether it's worth it to Green Sun here or not. Mm, probably not. I think. Yeah, Tom is very good. I'm debating like what are we playing around here? Like, I'm not sure we're playing around much to be honest. I feel like we don't. The arbor's not going to be the difference in the match, so we might as well hold. In general, if you're not sure, don't fire it off. I was trying to think of a way we get punished, and I think like that's if they have like double removal or something like that. But even then, I feel like the green sun's just better. Given that they, well, I don't want to say for sure. Okay, I don't know what's going on. They just conceded. We played them round one. Before, so you are a round two match. Uh, yeah, I like holding Zenith too. There's like no real reason to, unless we know for sure they're gonna play discard, for instance. Yeah, we played against them round one. We played against Metalfish round two, but they are on like a Knitfit, Smog, Punishing Fire deck. I remember we lost game one because we didn't know they were on Smog, and then game two they had Punishing Fire, but it didn't matter because Archon just named Sorcery, and we just went the distance with it. I'm trying to remember how we boarded. If they're on the same deck, which I think they are, I'm just gonna bring in everything that's relevant against the combo and against the punching fire. Uh, yeah, I don't want to be too disparaging, Will. So shout out to Will, big buddy of mine. I don't want to be too disparaging, but it looked like a pile. Like if I'm being frank. The ley lines are nice because it hits the punishing fire and the veteran explorers. Here we're just like we don't need Alistair or Shepard for this kind of match. All good. Well, like no, I sometimes it's the truth hurts. So I think if we shut off the combo, I don't think they can beat us in any kind of fair game. Um, else did we board in? Why do we have 61? No, all good, all good. I think it was like this. Sorry, one heritage, one birch lord, just for the tutor targets in case it like kind of matters. Uh, the way it the way it played out, Will, was they won game one because we were not prepared for the small combo. Game two, we landed an Archon and we bet on our deck that they can't beat us in a fair match. So we named Sorcery, even though Punishing Fire was online. And Archon went for 5 turns actually because of life gain with the distance. And then game three was not particularly close. We opened with Leyline and just a bunch of disruption. This I think is this is how we boarded last time. Yeah, game three we opened with Leyline. I think like turn one Thoughtseize. We moved a 6 and we just put another Thoughtseize back because I don't think we needed two. And then the way it played out was they got a ooze, which is kind of a blank in this matchup. And then we just thought of ways we could lose the match and then prevented that from happening. This is fine, I think. And then eventually we just top decked the natural after we locked out all their outs. Yeah, it was closer than it needed to be because of punishing fire, and they had that witch that's from the new set, but we got there. Like we just played dorks, even though they died to punishing fire, just to you know as a deterrent, so to speak, or like another speed bump for them to get over as Archon's clocking them 5 a turn. Yeah, it flew over. It was pretty clutch, I will say. All right, there's the punishing fire. I think this is like pretty straightforward. We just get the reclaimer online, and then if they go for punishing fire, we can bog them. It's always awkward to draw your basics against Nitfit. Ooh, that's annoying. Um, Probably greedy to not decay. Well, let me think. We attack here. They go to one. Um, and then we fetch out another one. The only thing we. Yeah, I think we bash and see what happens. I actually should have once here. Well, actually, we have Abrupt Decay mana up. It's fine. But it's possible I should have just once here and then. Because the thing is, if we hit a Reclaimer, we play the second Reclaimer down. So we get a little punished if that's the case. Sure. I agree, Will. I think based on the fact that they have the veteran explorer, I think now we can just cash in or decay. We gave up 3 points of damage, but I don't think that matters like in the long term. But yeah, I completely agree with your line here. The benefit of holding up the decay is in case they have something else that maybe is relevant. So for whatever reason they play something else and they don't tick up for instance and then some weird line, but We did, said. Unfortunately, we did. So yeah. So the actually, yeah, I think so too. Will. I think here we can just get Cradle online now. Yeah, I agree. Uh, yeah, I like what you said there, Will. That's I completely agree with that statement. Like the cost was kind of minimal, and we left all available options open, and we're not. Ugh, that's annoying. We weren't under pressure to do anything, so it's not. Unfortunately, we have all our basics here, right? So we get a little bit punished there because we attacked and then we couldn't fetch the arbor because of the Liliana, but I don't think that's gonna be the difference of this match. Like if they had the mana, they had the mana. I think what's more relevant here is just getting the cradle. Like we're not exactly super short on mana either. Oh good. Man, don't tell me they have the combo. Yep. All right. Yikes. I'm sorry to hear that, Madrosa. Yeah, we kind of kept a whatever hand. Like, hopefully our 7 in the next one is better. It's possible we should have mulled, but I mean, maybe I'm just not respecting the deck enough. I just figured, oh, we can just keep. It has lands and spells. This is okay. We have a turn 2 glimpse, but we have to hit creatures. Yeah, I think it was fine. Like, we just needed not to die there because we could have untapped. Well, if they do everything one turn, it's kind of hard to. Like, if it's telegraphed, like they just play Green Sun for 2, and then we can just get the Cabal Pit. But I think it's fine. Uh, this hand gets a lot better if we draw a creature, a 1 drop, with our upkeep. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wait a turn. So it's funny you mentioned that Meadowfish. Ugh, that's annoying. I actually don't run any Query Ranger now at the moment because I saw a list from a couple weeks back that cut it so that they could fit everything they wanted, like the Reclaimers plus the Nettle Sentinels. And I drew inspiration from that to try it. And then, like literally after I tried it, 2 days afterwards, and maybe I know some Japanese players follow me, but I saw 2 players in the big Magic Open over in Japan played a list with no Query Ranger as well. So and they top it was 2 in the top 4 of that big Magic Open. So I think it's not as necessary anymore. All right, let's see what's up. I think that's pretty easy. Just take the Liliana. It's the only card that matters. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Like, it's innocuous too. If you're just looking at a list, you may not even notice it's missing too. They play the Verdant. I suspect they're gonna play Liliana here when it matters more. Yeah. So Green Sun. Okay, called my shot right there, right? I was gonna say Green shot. I was gonna say Green Sun is a great draw right here. Visionary. Ooh, beautiful draws. Just beautiful draws. Oh, that's kind of awkward because I'm scared of getting therapy here. If they don't do anything, we have the game. Like, hopefully, just tap out for Apprentice or something. I mean, that's what happens. Ooh. I think we just bounce, right? Yeah, these draw steps have been really insane. Well, actually, what am I doing? I probably could have just played the natural order. Actually, no, I still can. It might just be game, to be honest. Like, you just get Archon on sorcery. I'm not sure they can. I guess they have an edict. I should not have bounced the. Ugh, that's awkward. I should not have bounced the visionary. That was a mistake. All right, now we don't get punished. Thankfully. Now I don't think they would have to get engineer into edict now to beat this. This is like shades of last of the previous game or the previous match against them. Maybe it's the decay or something. Something irrelevant. Sure, I don't think that matters. The reclaimer is huge here, pun not intended, because it means we just don't die to something like engineer into edict. Oh, that's an excellent draw. The nice thing is Deluge for 6 is no longer an out. Actually, Deluge wasn't even out because of sorcery, right? They would need something like Deed on Pernicious Deed on 6. So that should be game, I think. Yeah. Nice. We beat the same opponent twice. It's kind of sad for them. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. All right, we are back. I guess I'll start the queue thing. And let's see what we face next. Hopefully not any more Knit Fit. As that's loading, I'm gonna get quick water. We are playing against Cough J. Don't know what they're on, but I think this is fine. Anytime I see Yorion, I'm actually happy. I think we typically are favored against Yorion decks of all variety. Preordain in a Yorion deck. I'm a little bit not sure what's going on, but we'll see. Excuse me. That is the worst, one of the worst top decks possible. Yeah, it's like pretty flexible. Um, I think the only thing I would have wished was another land, but it's not bad. We have two draws for so a lot of times I play the percentages too, right? Like especially with elves, you depend on the deck to you depend on the deck to give you what you need a lot of the time, and while not 100%, like the odds typically are pretty high, and I play to those percentages. So bailed out, right? I think here we don't want to get tempoed out with like something random like days. I think we just go Shepherd into Reclaimer. I don't want this getting hit the Visionary because um, if we because ideally the next turn if we don't draw another land we're gonna play the Visionary. Or it kind of depends too. Like there's a chance we just get Cradle too, which is actually why I like this line. I don't think they can realistically. It's like real problematic, right? Because they have to get the Shepherd off the board because we can just threaten to kill. But at the same time, if we untap with the Reclaimer, it's like pretty good too. It's like double jeopardy, right? I mean, they've gone through three brainstorms, so I'm curious what's going on. Seems like they're stuck on lands. Like they have to play the Mystic Sanctuary untapped. I mean tapped. Okay, so I don't know why they have Savannah in their deck. It's kind of confusing. Um, we gotta be a little bit scared of Terminus here, right? They brainstormed twice. Hey Duchess, I hope you're doing okay. I know you had a little too much fun the night before, and you missed your stream, but I'm glad you're able to be on. So I'm just going over with chat right now that they brainstormed twice. I think we got to be a little bit weary of Terminus. So I think the line here is to just fetch Cradle. I don't want to get blown out by Terminus, which I smell coming. Yep, there it is. Like this Sanctuary was kind of what tipped it off, right? Sure. I think I'm gonna lead with a reclaimer here. Let's see what they do. We This hand would be so much better if that Archon were another land, but c'est la vie, right? Abundant growth, sure. I'm very skeptical that Savannah is optimal in their deck. I mean, I would have to ask, you know, Anurag or some of the Miracle Cabal if that's what's correct or not. Like, I'm not sure about this card. Land. That's not that bad. It's at least a draw two, so I'm happy about that. I think I'm just gonna fire it off. They gotta force. Like, there's no way they're not forcing that. Land. Man, that is not. So the deck cooperated real well in the last match, and not really cooperating at the moment. I don't think that we care about that at the moment. Luckily. The good thing is that's a good draw, I think. Actually, no, I should not do that. We get one more mana by doing sequencing it this way first. Two mana, actually. They've got to force this. There's no way that that's not getting forced. Yeah. I think here, the only relevant card that they have is Terminus in the yard. So might as well just take care of that first. Yeah, Hoof next turn looking real solid for sure. Like, I'm not sure what. I mean, we need to not just die to Terminus there, and that's exactly what happened. That is an aggressive Snapcaster. I don't think they see that we have mana up. Alright, they're just dead. Don't care. There's no need to like waste everybody's time. We just slam the hoof. Uh, Against these decks, I typically like Thoughtseize a lot. Like information is huge. Um, I like the Cabal Pit for like random hate bears because it's tutorable. Bog is good against a Mystic Sanctuary deck. Progenitus tends to be decent because you can win off low resources. I like taking out one Cradle against non-wasteland decks that are grindy. Um, Oops, that's wrong. I don't think we need the crop rotation. Actually, let me bring up the. Excuse me. Let me bring up the good old cheat sheet. This is like miracles. So looks like we bored out the crop rotation. Yeah. As a rule of thumb, these cheat sheets are nice because you don't have to waste mental energy trying to remember how you boarded previously. And this looks pretty correct here. Like these, you don't really need more of these effects. Like because the game is real grindy, you don't want to overextend. Until I see some reason to bring in abrupt decay, I'm not going to. Those reasons would be like counterbalance or something like that. That's probably the only card I think I really care about. Like against these control decks. We're gonna maul. That is a very good hand. Utopia Sprawl. Ooh, they're the acceleration now. I'm gonna fire off the turn one Thoughtseize and see what they have. The reason why I like doing this is because of Brainstorm and just them drawing random cards that can stop me from doing this. Um, I think given that we have the Shepherd, I'm just gonna take the Preordain. I'll keep this up here. X this Urian for now. Their mana's a mess. Like, they are so far away from escaping Euro. I think here we lead with the Shepherd. I'm not going to respect Bolt. I don't think they have it. We drew the worst possible card, but I think it's fine. They're getting closer to Euro. The thing is, they don't know we have the Ooze. We're hoping for a shuffle here. I think the next line is going to be just Visionary a couple of times. It really depends how close they are to escaping Euro. I think that's the only thing we need to be cognizant of. If they don't do that, or they're not threatening that anytime soon, um, I don't think. I think we can safely deploy Visionary. I think if they have a reasonable chance, so it's going to be determined by a land drop here, right? If they play a land drop, in particular a fetch, okay, then they can escape Euro pretty soon. So I think now we get priced into the scavengers the next turn. Urians in hand, sure. So they can escape Euro next turn. So like it's pretty cut and dry right now. I think here, given the board state, we can just do both, right? Like we can go Visionary into Ooze and then just eat their Euro. And then we're gonna preemptively bounce the play around Terminus. So they play both priority. I can get rid of this, I think. Brainstorm. The ability to make dead cards no longer dead. So their force was looking real bad right now, right? Sure. Um, we know one of the cards they probably keeping is a Urian. That's a very good draw. It's a little awkward for us right now because we are we have to hard cast our payoffs. Oops, cancel. Um, let's see, what did they do? The abundant growth. All right, so they know the top card of their deck. Um, I'm a little bit nervous that they put the Terminus one down. So it might be beneficial for us here to not go all in. And what I mean by that is I would otherwise Green Sun for the vision the wirewood, but all right, we play conservatively here. They know this card, so and I feel like we're ahead where it doesn't matter. Like we can afford to play it safe. That's kind of obnoxious. Sure. They don't know about the second one though. I guess it's fair, right? One obnoxious card deserves another. Like, if I'm being, um, do we care about the brainstorm being on top? Probably. Well, actually, no. I don't think we do. That's fine. They can have it. I don't want them to snapcaster here. They're probably thinking, "What the hell, man?" All right. We have like a lot of mana, so I'm just gonna go for the line right now. Well, let me see. The alternative line is we can just visionary and then we'll have six. No, I think we do this now. That's yeah. Sorry if I went through that slowly. I don't like losing games where I feel like the game is locked. And sometimes yeah, exactly. Like I was thinking, oh, mess around, draw some more cards. Like, no, we just kill them here. I think I wanted to tweet this out today, but I'll just mention on the video on the stream that I feel like in another alternate universe, I would have been a control mage because the last thing I think about is killing my opponent. Like I'm always thinking about drawing more cards or like how do I lose from here and things like that. When a lot of times the answer would be more optimal, just kill your opponent. There's no more lines, right? Like, but yeah, that is one flaw I would say of mine where at dawn they sleep. I would hope so. I would hope so. Oh, sorry, dawn. For a second I was thinking dust. We don't know what our opponent is on. Keep. I think we just give the oof away in the dark, right? Like we have the green sun to find it if need be, but we don't know what they're on. Yeah, I mean like for sure. Um, What was I gonna say? I think we don't have a payoff here, so we just lean with a heritage. Yeah, for sure. I think I played some miracles, not a lot, because a buddy of mine, shout out Matt Chung, one of the few players ever to start a GP 10-0 with miracles, but and this is post ban too, no top, but I think in the decks I play tend to be more proactive, but I can appreciate the sequencing that's needed for miracles, like coming from the elf background sequencing as well, right? What did they do? They cast Ponder and Shuffle. That's a good sign. Um, I think here. Okay, we have mana for two. I think we just play our dudes and pass. Like we don't have a payoff is the problem at the moment, and I hope they aren't on. Like we might be regretting not keeping that collective. Their mana base scares me. Like Underground Sea these days doesn't spell fair deck. Going back to the previous match though, like against Control, I actually do not remember the last time I lost to a Control deck. Like, and it's been a minute. Like, it's got to be at least a few months because my losses as of late have only been to Fast Combo, which is nothing new. Yeah, I think I would put Doomsday too because they're the better deck than Ant at the moment, in my opinion. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I would put them on Doomsday. I have not lost to Control in a while. My losses are typically to Fast Combo, which unfortunately our opponent might be on, or maybe a few weeks ago I was losing to Delver, like fast aggressive Delver starts, and I had to adjust my sideboarding because the whale was a problem. What's up, Zachary? How's it going, man? We're 3-1. Our only loss is to Meadowfish, who's in our chat right now, in the mirror. I think here. Let's see. This will get us to 3, 4, 5 mana. I think we get the Visionary first. And then we get the oof. Yikes. If it's seed, it's definitely if it's underground seed, it's definitely Doomsday. Trop, they might. Well, let me see. All right, they're on a fair deck, which I feel a lot better about. I'm happy to see. Yeah, I'm thinking Smog too. That's the other thing that Underground Sea has been representing lately. Uh, Always gotta check the draws, right? Here we're tuning for one. It's just debatable whether we want Shepherd. Yeah, it's Shepherd or Wirewood, right? Like we get a little bit punished if they have discard, but I think we play it like this. Like the upside is just so much higher, right? Because the nice thing about Shepherd is the payoff as well. So if we just draw Cradle, it's all good. Or we can just start bashing for like 10 a turn, right? Aloe is correct, Madrota. I'm trying to think how we lose from this spot, right? I think they're on a small deck, like Metalfish pointed out, um, which means they can't kill us this turn, and they might just die on the crackback here, but because we're threatening natural order, right? Like the fact that we get Shepherd here is a big tell that we have natural order in hand. Sure. Uh, I think we just keep that. The reason to keep it is in case we draw the glimpse. Alright, so that is fine. Yeah, I was kind of just scared that like they would just force our play and then smog us the following turn. Like I think that's what we lose to. So we took the more aggressive line. Like if we knew they were on a control deck, we I would get Wirewood there. But I Underground Sea is kind of scary these days. It's not most decks playing fair aren't on Underground Sea at the moment. Shuffle is good. The good thing is we do have a lot of live draws. Yeah, I think they could be. We got to pressure. I'm gonna keep that in hand in case we draw a glimpse. It also leaves some doubt. We are not, unfortunately, Zachary. I moved Bog to the sideboard. Ooh, this could be a problem. I moved Bog to the sideboard because it's not as good against Delver with Dreadhorde Band. And we might be regretting that decision at the moment. Okay, never mind. Um, let's do the math here. Three. We're short, but the question here is we're definitely attacking, but whether to deploy the shepherd or not. So if they Euro here, they go to 14. I think we want them to tap out. I don't think we're playing around discard based on the suite so far. I think we want them to tap out and then we just kill them up. Well, we can cradle and do it the same turn. I just don't think we want to give them the information. Yeah, exactly. The free info. You have got to be kidding me. Jeez, main deck. Yeah, it is. Yikes. Okay. I was not expecting that. I think we're probably gonna lose now. Like I did not, I was not playing around with main deck Toxic Deluge. Oh man. The good thing is, some kind of 4C control. I think. Oh, that is brutal. I was not expecting the deluge there. I don't think it mattered that we played the Birch Lord, like we lost the extra dude, but I think we the minute that they I mean possible. Yeah, it could be. I mean, based on the Assassin's Trophy main deck. Man. Okay. Yeah, he does. I think what the only thing I potentially question what we did earlier is maybe earlier we should have gotten the Wirewood when we green sun for one. Um, but we were playing around potentially Force of Will being in their hand and then into the smog combo. But maybe that's just something we don't play around. I feel like it probably is still correct to get the Shepherd there, right? Because we force them to have removal into force. It would have worked out better for us if we got the Wirewood, but we again we the problem is we did not know what they were on and until it was too late. And then we got blown out by the deluge, unfortunately. Ugh, a little too late. I'm trying to think if it matters here. Yeah, PE. I actually would have been fine with that. Like that's like normal, I guess. I wouldn't like deluge is kind of surprising. It's good against us. I actually think this is Strifeful Power now that you mention it because yeah that's definitely a Strifeful Power thing. Like Chase has definitely talked to me about what is good against elves, and I honestly said, well, if you're all in on engineers, that's not gonna get it done because of Progenitus. What's more um, annoying from the elf side is if Chase or whatever deck has varied threats because you don't have to just worry about one singular thing that you can play around. Yes, like expecting to just go 4x engineer or three to four x engineer, and just expecting this deck to fold is not a recipe for success. Like I've been multiple engineers, people keeping hands with engineers before, and it's pretty common to beat. I think we've lost here. So yeah, looking back, I think it was reasonable for us to go for. The other thing we could have done was just green sun, like hold green sun or just get the wirewood. But I think in that context, I think we it was fine. Like the only thing like you potentially change is you get wirewood instead. But we thought they were on a combo, so I don't like. I'm okay with that line. Now that we know what they're on, we can board accordingly. Uh, Actually, I don't even. I think given that they're on deluge, I don't even know if I want Cabal Pit. We're definitely cutting the heritage and the oof. Um, do I want to cut a cradle? They do have the Assassin's Trophy. Sometimes people like to Assassin's Trophy my guy's cradle. It's well. Let me see. Back to the cheat sheet. How did I do it before? Proge- oh yeah, this should be a progenitus. The Cabal Pit is in. Oops, wrong one. No, I don't bring in the Cabal Pit, right? Because they have a very threat. And two hairs. Well, I'm off by a card. What am I off? Oh, yeah. So a guy's card I take out. This is like pretty standard against how I board control. I like. I don't think so. I mean, they might have like one or two, but like, I'm not gonna play around that. Although historically speaking, in the context of Legacy, the bug decks have been always the greediest. Like especially when Deathfire was around, like four Wasteland, just like no basics, just auto lose to Blood Moon for whatever it's worth, right? I think we seize on one just to see what's up. In case they try to hide their stuff too. Um, do we care about Leo? I feel like we want the option to draw cards later on, so we'll just take the Leo now. Yeah, maybe if that Urian, like they have to fill out the rest of their deck with stuff, but Verdant taking Ponder. Yeah, hopefully I don't let this league slip away. I'm trying to go 4-1 here just to continue my nice run with this deck, but I mean even 3-2 is fine. I guess if worse comes to worse. Shuffle is a good sign. Shuffle is a very good sign. That is also very good. Um, I think we ramp here. I'm just debating what the best way to do it is. We can just go Shepherd into Birchlore into Green Sun, and then we have turn 3 natural order. Like despite not doing anything turn 1, which is kind of sweet. But I mean, they're like this is like super scary for them, right? Like we're threatening natural order right now. Like they need to have an answer. And here's the I like to call this the panic cantrip, right? Like the we gotta we gotta dig now. I don't think they have C's. Maybe, I mean maybe they do. It pains me, but like outside the combo decks, Thoughtseize is probably at an all-time low at the moment. I've not seen one out of a fair deck in quite a while. I mean, blue Shadow is probably the only deck, right? This could be Bolt, but I mean we make them have it, right? Uh, we have exactly 4 mana, unfortunately. So here we make them have it. If we go, it's got to be Bolt into Force. Like it's a lot to ask. The we have some installation. They have outs, but like they're still taking 10, right? From this. They have exactly one turn today to lose. Otherwise, it's game. And I don't think they have it based on the. I mean, he's not here at the moment, but my boy, Jay Z, Jonathan Zhang, would say this is a pregnant pause. I mean, we still got one more to go, Metalfish. I will be happy if you are our only loss so far. This is like perfectly fine. I know you were on Netto earlier, Metalfish. I'll forgive you, but curious, what did your sideboard look like? Feel free to just type it in chat or whatnot. I'd be curious. I'm always curious what people are playing their sideboards, regardless of build. I mean, you never know where you can draw inspiration from, right? Like, I'd be lying if I said Reclaimer was originally my idea from the spoiler. Like, when this card got spoiled, I did not think this card was good enough. Like, I'll be honest. The only reason why I started playing this card was because I think week one and week two. Oh, okay, sure, Metal Fist. I mean, in general, what do you have in the sideboard? But the only reason why I started playing Reclaimer was because GNS Solver, I think his name's Curtis, uh, played Hogak Depths with 4 copies of Reclaimer in week one and week two for the challenge, and top eighted both. And I was like, well, if a deck is playing 4 copies of Reclaimer, it would be malpractice for me not to at least try it. And lo and behold, the card was very good right away. It took me, I don't know, like 2 games, 1 game, whatever it was, to realize, man, this card is like not really beatable for Delver. I know, right? Where's Max when you need him? He said that he made that joke last time. Why are we drawing the second one? Ideal number is 1. Ideal. Second one's not bad. 3 is a nightmare. Okay. I am a little bit scared. Like they did nothing on their turn 2. 4 TS, 4 Leyline with 2 choke, 1 ooh, 3 decay. I mean, pretty standard. Like not bad. I do have one thing to bring up though, Metalfish. I brought this up earlier in the chat, but okay, there's thrice upon a time. I do think you probably want some kind of answer to the whale. Like it's gonna be real popular. It's already like spiked in popularity. It could be engineer coming down. Gosh, if it is, it is. Like it's an unintended combo, but twins. It's an unintended twin situation, but it turns on our Cabal Pit if they engineer us here, which I think they have. That's not the worst. I'm okay with that. Yeah, yeah. The only trophy is nice. I think you definitely want to have at least one answer, if not two, to the whale. But I've found trophy really clunky personally. Right now I'm playing. I'll show it. You might have already seen it in the sideboard, but 2 once of run afoul, which have been just kind of insane against Blue Red Delver. Yeah, it's good against the Mirror Lake decks too. Both trophy and run afoul. Hmm. So the thing is, Shepherd is not particularly good on this board state. I think I like the Waterwood better. I know it might be criminal right now what I did, but hmm. I want to lead with this and see what they do. Also want to do this, regardless. I gotta hit a Visionary here, hopefully. The Shepherd is real good. I don't think I want the second Reclaimer. They could have Ice I don't know if they have eyesight. I don't think I want a chance just losing a board for no reason. Like if they have Snapcaster, even I just don't want to trade my Ranger. It's not worth it. Uh, Chat probably already realizes this, but I play this deck way more conservatively than most. Um, like I said, in another lifetime, I'm probably a control player. Uh, I hope I hope it's forgiven for me if you guys ever catch me playing Miracles or I don't, what's that's probably like the classic Legacy control deck, Miracles. So Meadowfish. The reason why I really don't like Assassin's Trophy is because I hate giving Blue Red Delver a land. Like that. That's probably the most backbreaking aspect of it. Besides, being counterable at 2 mana and needing black mana. The counterable being less of an issue because yeah, Chasm's a thing. Sometimes I'll lose to it, but a lot of times I've found depending on the deck, I can beat it without. If it really becomes an issue, I would probably just play Wasteland. Oh my god. Can you not? We would have blown them out so badly right here if we had the crop rotation. But we don't. Tell you right off Chasm or just look to move. Yeah, that's fair. Quite annoying. Man, I think they're gonna get to escape Euro. Well, they potentially get to escape Euro before we can get the Reclaimer untapped, but we'll see. This, they've deluged us twice this game already. Luckily, we're still in the game. Yeah, that makes sense, Madrotha. Yeah, I think I'm just not a fan of Trophy. Like the card is just extremely clunky in my experience. Like I always wish it was a decay, and then it's not, and then I just I'm unhappy about the card. Besides hitting the whale, like that's like the only thing I care about at the moment. We could, yeah. So the good thing is I don't think they can escape Euro now, right? Because well, they still can, I guess. They have two green and blue, so they would have to hit double land here. They kind of messed up, if you ask me, right? Because sure, they kind of messed up, if you ask me, because that would well, I don't know their hand is. Maybe they weren't able to do it regardless. We have two, three, four, five, 6 mana. Let's see what's up first. Be sweet if this is a punishing fire. Oh man, Snapcaster. So the thing is, do I take the Snapcaster or the Force? They have to leave 5 mana up, which is like awkward. Snapcaster could be awkward for us depending on what they draw. I feel like we just take the Force, right? Like we just shields down. And they can't escape Euro now, so we're just gonna go ahead and do it now. Yeah, I think taking the Force is just too much upside. You just if they draw a relevant spell here, so be it. We can't stop their future because the thing is like we can't win is the problem. Like if they have Force in their hand. Oh, that is annoying. Interesting. They've got to drown this, right? Like possible I get ooze there too. That's not. If they don't cast it here, we're getting the symbiote. Yeah. Actually, what I probably should have done was cast it for 2, just to leave the option up. I don't do that enough. This has been a very grindy game. Yikes, that is not good. The toxic deluge into snap toxic was what hurt. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Huh. We get the Jace off the board. I think we have to. I don't think we have a choice. I think we gotta get Jace off the board. It sucks to have to do this, but I don't think we have a choice. Like, we got to get the Jace off the board. Don't trophy us, please. With that mana open, you could have just been representing natural with 4 mana left. I think it's worth it. Yeah, for sure. Alright, we got the Jace off the board, so I'm happy about that. That tells me they don't have Drown in the Lock in their hand. You can eliminate that. They don't have Assassin's Trophy. Unless they have a second Jace. Like, that doesn't make any sense otherwise. Jeez, okay. The good thing is we still have Natural Order in our deck. And it is very live. The bad thing is now we have to deal with this Menace. Which we don't have an out to. Because we didn't board it in. Like, their suite is diversified. And I don't think I just want to board in the Cabal Pit. Just to deal with the Engineer. Like, we don't even have a Reclaimer on board here, right? Dak Faden, sure. Natural Order one time. Natural Order one time. How many Natural Order do I have left in the deck? 3. So, I mean, we're about due here. Not what I want to see. Not what I want to see. So it's deck thin or information? I think rather have the information than deck thin here. Actually, that was a mistake. I should have attacked with the hoof into the Dak Faden, and then they have to block. Like, maybe they trade the Engineer, but I feel like they... Okay, now I'm happy I didn't trade. Now I am happy I did not trade. Ta-da! Thank goodness. Undo. How do I undo? Come on. There we go. No freaking way if that's Drown in the Lock. Let's go. Hydra time. Boom. We are not attacking. I'm not going to lose to a Liliana or Edict effect here. We are not attacking. Ooh, nice Snapcaster, bro. We're not out of the woods yet. Like, there's still Deluge, but they already deluged us once earlier. How many deluges can they possibly have, right? If we fade a deluge here, the game is over. Because then deluge is no longer an out. And I don't think they have it because they're paused. You're the best, Metalfish. I'm going to go ahead and mod you as well. Sure. Now we awkwardly died to what is it called? Now we awkwardly died to edict effect, but I don't. Hopefully they don't have it. Oh, we died to a lightning bolt too. Yikes. Don't have the bolt. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god, exactly at 6. Brutal. No, we don't have any more dryads, unfortunately. LB? Oh, lightning bolt. Yeah, that's ugh. Unfortunate. We could have beat a punishing fire there, but not a lightning bolt. That was disgusting. All good though. Man, that was a bad beat, but it is okay. I'm trying to think if we could have done anything differently. Yeah, the one thing we could have done differently was we could have attacked the we probably punted when we didn't attack into the Dak Faden, right? That gave them more draws. So should have been a win. I think that probably cost us the game. It's okay. Like we just clicked through it without thinking. I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break. I think I'm down to run another league though. We'll be back. Welcome back, chat. Uh, just wanted to go over the last match real quick. Um, I thought about it some more as I used the restroom. I'll just join another league while I'm at it. But I thought about it some more as I was using the restroom, and it can go either way. I think because the argument there, well, I think you would definitely want to take the thing off the board, the Dak Faden. But it's not clean cut only because uh, if we lose that creature, then any removal spell, even a top deck natural order, doesn't save us. We probably still make that play, but I don't think it's as egregious as I initially thought. Just hurts to lose that game. Every once in a while, this will happen. Like I get a situation where it's tough to like you get in this to lose with a progenitors, but the other decision that was tough was not taking the Snapcaster, and they just immediately after top deck the a relevant spell. I don't think Snapcaster there. I think that was correct play taking the force, just because everything else becomes live, right? I think unfortunate the Snapcaster got more fodder immediately after, which can happen. They probably, to be fair, also the second engineer probably should have hit the arbor. So that's probably questionable on their side. I don't know if they know how we board, but I mean they could at that point they could have hard casted force. But yeah, that's a little awkward, I guess, to leave mana up. Motown 4. So bookish Matt, you've been here a few times. I'm gonna go ahead and just mod you. Keep. Can't be too mad. Burn. Ugh. We don't have the hand to beat it too. I suspect we're gonna lose this game one. We did not keep the hand to be burned, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, main deck? Yeah, that's fair, Metal Fish, for sure. Cannot believe that is main deck. What is going on? Unfortunately, we got paired against in the O2 bracket, so like this kind of stuff tends to happen in the O2 bracket for whatever it's worth. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah, that's fair, Metal Fish. I think it's better to take the force there just because shields are down, right? Like you can win with any top deck, and your top decks are better than theirs. But they just drew exactly what they needed with a snap. Like otherwise, snap is kind of dead for a while, right? But what is going on? Oh God. Why us? Where's that? We were like pseudo getting comboed out. I don't think it mattered really. Like they just man, nothing we can do. I'm not sure this matchup is winnable. Like if they're running this kind of configuration. Don't think any of the other stuff's like relevant. Oh man, I don't expect to play against this deck. The thing is, like, I'm still sad about that first game. Like that one of Toxic Deluge got us, and then they gotta snap it back twice. Like it's the first time I lost to like a quote unquote control deck in quite a long time. I jinxed myself, right? Because I said that earlier in the stream. I hadn't lost to it in a while, and then just unfortunately, I mean, I guess we were due, right? Like we don't have a payoff, so we're gonna save the Green Sun. I guess we were due for a loss. Uh, Actually, hold on. We can get an Archon next turn. That's probably worth it, actually. Sure, I don't think we care. We might actually have lethal. I need to count. So we do that. That's 5 creatures. I think we do have lethal. One second, Metalfish. I'll read your comment in a sec. I think I know what you're trying to say, and I might agree. Let me see. Yeah, that's sometimes how the random runs work out. But to be fair, I really appreciate about runs and how the wins and losses work out when it comes to individual. Yeah, it does make sense, Metalfish. I'd be lying if I said I was on the right side of variance on these random runs before. Like, um, I've definitely been on the side where, like, I mean, even earlier tonight, I guess, against the Nitfit deck, you don't really expect to see that often. We got 2 wins against that, whereas in a real, more or not real, but more competitive setting, I don't think you see that deck, and it's not as much as a so-called. We got 2 wins, and maybe that's more up in the air in a more competitive setting. So I do agree with what you said. I'm a little bit afraid here of because we're on the draw game 3. This is like a straight race almost. Oh, this is so close. Needed a land. I think this is like workable. He has a removal, and he has natural order, which is the single most relevant card in this deck. In this matchup, sorry. That's even better. Alright, we gotta speed up. Don't pillar me, please. Why would I'm almost certain it's gonna be a turn two pillar, but I'm not sure if we can play around that. Like they've had pillar both games so far. I feel like they're playing four of or something. Oh, they're going just straight burn. What is going on? I highly disagree with what they're doing here. Because this can happen. We have the turn two natural order now. Cancel. All right. I'm not a burn expert or anything, but you're pretty sure you have to kill the dork. Like you can start going face later, but like that cannot be right what they did. Okay. Yeah, a card that is not very good against us. Um, we're fairly far away. That's a little awkward sentence. We're still somewhat far away from casting hoof. And they can. Let me see. I think we go for the kill here. Like they kind of have to answer the shepherd. It's a lot of damage. Sure. Okay, I think we got it. Agreed. Yeah, shepherd even as a healing salve here is like even reasonable. All right. I mean, we just I guess gotta count, make sure it's correct. Yeah. They gotta block one of the other ones, and then that's 15 already. So I mean, not a standard matchup, but we still got there, right? Like you can argue we're the beneficiary now of these random opponents. Yield through because it's not gonna matter. I think their big mistake here was like boarding and rolling vortex. If that was any other burn spell, maybe they win this match. Or sorcery burn spell, I guess. One thing I've learned is like, and it's not easy, obviously. Even for me, is trying to not let. I forgot who said this, but pre, don't let past losses uh, result in future losses. And the point was, we easily could have been 4-1, but we lost to Toxic Deluge in games 1 and 3. Well, even game 3 was real close, but I thought we were gonna get it at the end. But it's important not to dwell on the past, right? And maybe that's just a life saying in general, not even just according to Magic. Also, I just realized it's 1 a.m. over there on the East Coast, so for whoever this is relevant to, I guess it's relevant to everybody. But I want to say Happy Mother's Day, everybody. For all the mothers out there, and everybody has a mom, and then not everybody's a mother. But yeah, Not even overthink. It's just like not playing Caleb Durwood, but not dwelling on the past, so to speak, on previous mistakes. Don't let tilt be a thing. We're on the play. Even if we hit off this, we're still kind of short. I think I'm gonna mull this. Yeah, this is a lot better. Keep. Here I'm gonna lead with the reclaimer. I mean, Caleb could be on anything really. I know he plays a lot of the kind of donation kind of type decks. I mean, it's good to remember mistakes so you don't make them again. But what I'm saying is like, try not to tilt, so to speak. I think they're thinking about forcing this. Again, like I said, Caleb could be on anything. Uh, I know he plays like he's stream. I don't even. He might even be streaming right now, but he is no stranger to trying new brews, which is pretty cool. Possible, yeah. Oh, he is okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know what he's on. I'm not sniping, obviously. I mean, this looks like Depths, the beginning, or Doomsday. Actually, Doomsday wouldn't play Verdant. Kind of wish I had the second natural order now, but like, I think it's okay. I think here. Oh, that's not good. This opens up some lines and just like blanks their discard now. There's no way to generate mana plus reclaim on the same turn. Oh no. This can't be good for us. Oh, I know what this is. It's the smog deck. Yeah, because the forest kind of gives it away, I think. Yeah, I just saw what you said, bookish Matt. It rhymes with flog, yeah, for sure. It looks a lot like my good buddy Jax's brew. Oh, a turn late. Okay. We're highly likely dead. Like, it's their turn three now. Essentially, the only slower combo decks. Well, actually, Lotus Petal does not imply slower combo deck, but I think we're probably dead here. Sure. Yep, now we're dead. Kind of wish I kept the second natural order, but it is what it is. Definitely want the Thought Seizers here. The Decay seem good too, especially if they're on Wish Clock Talisman. And we're just playing for speed. I think the Cabal Pit is relevant potentially. We're not playing. I don't think they have any kind of graveyard hate. I mean, graveyard cards. The good thing is, Archon on Sorcery is probably just game. Yeah, Decay's coming in. I feel like being that they're on just Golgari colors, I can't imagine that they can beat an Arcana sorcery. So I'm gonna board out the hoof. I know that sounds aggressive, but I think that's correct. Actually, we don't need a scavenger use. That doesn't do anything. So the thing is, if they have the combo, then we're just dead. If we get Archon out, um, what is it called? I think sorcery is just game. So that's why I board out the hoof. I don't want to draw it by accident. Everything else I think is like pretty straightforward. Uh, I don't. I initially didn't feel this deck is very good. Or there's better options, I should say. I mean, obviously, you can steal games, but Jax has been playing it, and all things combo, I trust Jax. So I'll have to see what the verdict is on with him. I know he's been doing real well with his deck, so possible that the deck has legs. But my my main issue with the deck is both halves of the combo are not very good on their own. Here I think we just like seize them. Um, yeah, we just take the tutor, I guess. I don't think we care about seize from the opposite side. Turn off Yoru. Jeez. Yeah, yeah. It looks like the Jax list. I don't know if he's playing the exact list, but that's crazy on turn two. Yeah. It's real fast. That's for sure. I'm trying to think what a win looks like from here. Uh, I feel like there's nothing for us to cash in with the green sun yet, so I'm just gonna cantrip. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Like their hands like looks like a pile at the moment, right? All right. I think they know about the decay. Um, I think we're gonna bash first, see what they do. They can easily just pack for the piece and then kill us. So I don't think we can afford to tap out. But I do think we can just start getting oops, that's wrong. Cancel. I think we just pass here and hold decay up. This is like decay is almost like a counterspell, and this is kind of why I hate counterspells in elves. It's not really good to leave mana unused is the problem. Mm, let me just make sure Wirewood's still in the deck, and it is. We're getting close actually to Shepherd mana. Because if we can put them on a 2-turn clock, if we get Reclaimer here. I actually kind of like that. Cancel. Yeah, I think I like this. Like we don't have time to mess around here, and I think putting them on a two-turn clock is where I want to be. Like instead of just trying to draw cards. Sure. They gotta take the decay. Like they can't go. I mean, the pack can be safekeeper, but I think it's gotta be the decay. Unless they have two packs in hand. That's the only argument for it. Then they take the shepherd. The problem is the green sun does the same thing. One thing about winning the combo mirror with elves is it's not just having disruption, it's having a clock too. You can't give them forever to draw out of it. And I think Shepard has really helped with that aspect for elves. The show and tell and doomsday match has anything with force has gotten a lot better. So that makes sense. Ooh, that is a hell of a draw. Yeah, for sure. I think Metalfish, your name is Chris, right? I I apologize if that's not correct. I feel like that's what I remember, and yeah, you just definitely want clock plus disrupt. Yeah. So Chris, yeah, that's exactly right. The reason why that was a hell of a draw is because sure. Now we have Cabal Pit activation up plus like we can plus the mana to Reclaimer to turn it on, and they're just dead, right? Like we just get Cradle right here. All right, game three. That felt a lot better than game one for sure. Because the thing is, like, I was very tempted to get the Wirewood, but I was like, no. With Shepard, we just want to just threaten the kill. Like, there's no, you don't want to mess around with variants and try to draw random cards. This is not a control matchup. Like, we don't have the time. And I do feel good about this Archon, by the way, being the only natural order target. I don't think they can beat that. Um, this is pretty good. I think it's probably fine. The thing is, against these Thoughtseize decks, you can't just mold to a certain thing because what is? Oh my god, they have like turn one. You can't mold to Thoughtseize because they can just go turn one Thoughtseize you and then. All right. Well, that was not very interesting. Yeah. So anyways, um, yeah, that's the problem with the elves, right? Sometimes you just lose it. You don't have force of will to like stop against that kind of stuff. But you can't mold to a certain thing because it they had Thoughtseize as well, and you just lose to an opposing Thoughtseize. I think you're signing off on certain draws or deck to lose. Yeah, for sure. Like you're just with a deck like Elves or non Force of Will decks, or non Chalice, any tribal deck really. you're just signing up to lose against Belcher, and you're okay with that. Like it's something you've essentially pre agreed to. Yeah, I mean, I would say like obviously the best protection would be something like um, Force of Will, and then the second best is probably. I mean, you can argue either way. It's either the Chalice decks or the Thoughtseize decks, and we fall in line with that. And we have more game than say something like Maverick, which it's the mirror. Yeah, I mean, it sucks to lose to like those kind of things, but you do have an advantage in the fair matchups, I would say. Oh man, I again, if I had known we are playing the mirror, I probably don't keep this hand. Um, I think we just green sun and see what, for a visionary and see what we draw. We just hope they kept a slow hand. It's gotta be. Oh, okay, I was gonna say it's gotta be glimpse or natural order. No problem, bookish man. I appreciate the. I know you signed off before I could thank you last time, but I appreciate the raid last time and appreciate you being here. Take care. Oh no. Um, I mean it's almost certain this next card they have is Heritage Druid. I'm just gonna yield. I'm gonna get water while they attempt to go off. So having Nettle Sentinel probably gives you like a 5% advantage of the matchup for situations like this where you have the opportunity to potentially go off turn two. At least in game one. Game two, I would argue it depends, right? Like I think with both sides bringing in discard, Reclaimer might be better game two, but that's just anecdotally speaking. Like you definitely have an advantage game one with Nettle because of situations like this where potentially turn two you can go off, but my time playing elves, the likelihood of that happening is not that high. Like it happens every once in a long time, personally. Ugh, that second glimpse is brutal. So unfortunately, here they had the turn two. Like in general, the mirror comes down to who's on the play, and well, really who's on the play and who has natural orders. Typically wins turn three, right? There's no way they whiff. Like they have two glimpses going. I mean, maybe, but like that's hard for me to believe. Yeah, so I don't know if you caught it earlier, Chris. I said I had a feeling you were on elves, but I did mulligan as if I knew, only because I wasn't certain and for science, so to speak, right? Yeah, I mean, do you play another deck, Chris? Otherwise, I'll just put you on Elves every time. I didn't today only because of stream purposes, but if I know for certain, I will hedge a little bit. I would have mulled the hand that I had, which was a little slow. I don't. It's not the reason why I lost, but it didn't help. And then game two, I kept a kind of iffy hand. Uh, and then generally, the first person who casts a business spell wins, from my experience in the matchup. I see Middlefish. It's unfortunate too. I played a crawl a harpooner while I was experimenting to a 5-0. It didn't get posted today, unfortunately, and I'm a little bummed out about that because I don't think I'll be running that in the future because I think run afoul is just better. Which part did you agree with, Chris? As we wait for our opponent to kill us, we're. Oh, sure. Yeah, I think I'm glad you agree with that. Yeah, I would say the Neto version, yeah, definitely has a slight advantage game one, but again, it's only slight because you don't get the turn two very often. It's more about just who has natural order who goes first. There's a lot more skill to it, games two and three, but still, like your opening hand is very much dictates how the game plays out. I will try to save you time. I get. Oh, they whiffed. How's that possible? I mean, I guess we're still dead, right? Because they're attacking for a million next turn. And then games two and three, like it slows down a little bit. So, uh, yeah, I mean, if they're assuming they don't mess up, I think we're just still dead. But I guess we can see. I find it hard to believe that they whiff with seven. Actually, okay. I just botched that for a second. I should have played the Wirewood, and then I can. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Because they can just bounce like a million, play a million things next turn. Um, yeah, I don't think it matters. Like, bad technical play by me there. I could have generated an Archon there, but I think they can just deal like a million damage anyway. So let's see what they do. Like, I mean, they have seven, so I'm pretty sure we're just dead here to like Green Sun for 8 or something. Oops. Yeah. I mean, okay, they had a natural hoof, so we're dead regardless. But slight mistake by me. I could have had an Archon. I don't think it didn't matter there, and likely in general doesn't matter on that board state. Games two and three is where it matters. Yeah. I think the Archon version with Shepherd in favor is favored, but with Shepherd after a good glimpse and a whiff is a death sentence either way. Yes, completely. Like I think we were just dead, right? They have seven cards. There's just no way that none of it's relevant, and they're attacking for like a million on the ground with Shepherd. In general, I would say, in terms of like what matters in this matchup the most, if you have four natural order, that tends to be really relevant. That's probably the highest priority, I think. If you're looking for an edge in the mirror. The second priority, I think, is how much discard you have in the sideboard, but there's like diminishing returns too because of Shepherd now. I write off the mirror too. I don't even care if like. So our opponent just messaged me personally with some very kind words. So shout out to Impy Wimpy. Um, in general, okay. So what was I saying? I think I think that's fine. Yeah. So the things that matter, like the fourth natural order, tends to be the highest priority. How much like relevant, like if you have anything random like plague and genie in the sideboard, obviously that matters. Um, what was I gonna say? Then from there, the Nettle over Reclaimer tends to be a small advantage, but not before like natural order number four and things like that. Yeah, I mean, it could you can get them real bad. The problem is like if they like play one or two guys, then they can natural order, right? Archon is upgrade, not here obviously, but I think we still keep. Um, Archon is an upgrade over Hoof number two in this matchup too. Here I'm leading with the Thoughtseize because I can't afford to have them Thoughtseize my Thoughtseize, if that makes sense. If they have a payoff. So they don't have um, the most relevant card is Glimpse, so just take that. So something I've been wanting to do, especially if Elves becomes more popular, which it is very much. uh, I think you're talking about the kicker card, right? Marsh Casualties is that the right card? Metalfish. I know I played that with in Grixis Delver before. Yeah, it's a sweet card. I've actually kicked it out of. I mean, believe it or not, I actually play other decks. So I've played it in Grixis Delver before, and it's pretty sweet. I've actually kicked it. We just kind of didn't say anything about it. I think here. Let's see, what have they done so far? They played the Shepherd and they played the Windswept. I think it's kind of even. If anything, I think yeah, it's pretty even, I guess. Technically, if I want to be more technical here, I probably would have played the Symbiote so they can't take it. That's probably the most relevant card here. Only because we have two Shepherds, right? In this kind of board state, typically whoever assembles, or I mean, it's sort of top decking like natural order. Um, yeah, that was during the Death Ride Shaman time, so it was a while ago. So if I was a little more technical here, I probably would have played the Symbiote just so to protect it from discard. Um, ooh. In case it matters. Yeah, agreed. The TS is tempo negative, and we're like one draw away. Well, yeah, we are. Unfortunately, we're a little off mana for the hardcast Archon here. Oh my god. I agree. I used to be one of those. I'm not gonna fault them if they want to save money. They're cheaper. Fetch doesn't get us there. Here, metal fish only because what is it called? I don't have the savannah in my deck. But something like a ranger would have been nice. Unfortunately, I have cut. I'm down to zero rangers at the moment. Korean ranger, that is. So this matchup is a crapshoot. Like, unfortunately, we're on the wrong end of some draws here. I think it's over. All good. Yeah, I usually don't hardcast it. I have three birch lords in this list, so typically not a problem. But I'm not even sure it matters because I think they're just gonna go off. I think what I'll do is I'll make life simpler for them. I'm just gonna unmorph here, and then just press priority. Yeah, I don't think Landlord Elves has aged particularly well, in my opinion, only because it's a terrible top deck. It's great turn one, obviously, but I think the deck you want it to be as robust, so to speak, as possible. It's too bad we don't have Death right? I think ideally, like, we have a playable mana dork that is not just completely dead late game. Birchlore is kind of that, but not fully. Yeah, I was actually, it was about a year ago or so, I guess. I was just contemplating, or even kind of recently, man, what life would be like with Deathrite, Reclaimer, and Shepherd all in the same, all legal at the same time, right? We just have a embarrassment of riches. All right, should I just concede here, chat? I'm pretty sure I'm dead, but I guess it's not guaranteed. I don't think they will. I'm pretty sure we're dead here, but can save everybody some time. I don't know if they use their untapper yet or not, but I can't imagine they're gonna whiff here. just concede. The thing is, there's no even live top deck that actually, because we have to block first of all this, and there's just no live top deck that wins for us. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Be drinking a lot of water. All right, we'll see if we can finish strong. Wait, no, how's it your fault, Middlefish? You're fine. So our losses today so far, we've lost to. Can I remember? I know we lost to two. Oh yeah, two elves, Chase's deck, and then the Smog deck. Maybe we could finish Melody. This name sounds familiar. I don't remember what they're on though. Nah, man. I don't want to talk too much about like who's the better elf player or whatnot. Like I think elves is a hard deck to learn in general, and anybody who can play at any level, I think, is already probably a solid player. Hey, Impy Wimpy. Thanks for the follow. Good games. Noble Hierarch off Trop. I'm inclined to think Infect, but it could be like some kind of Bant deck as well. I think we just try to go off here. Yeah. That would be my guess. The good thing here is there's like really no need to go on. We have the kill next turn, and they can't kill us here, barring outside of like a noble kill, for instance. No, Meadowfish was talking about. So there's a miss. Oh my god. Oh my. Okay, so okay, so we're dead here, but Impy Wimpy, what Meadowfish was talking about was he actually played against me earlier, so he was just joking that, because he beat me as well in the mirror, and so he was not talking about you, Impy Wimpy, but he was saying that uh, he had beat me earlier, and he was joking that he was the worst player. So yeah, I know like Maya, Maian. I'll type it here. Has has been playing this list. Yes. So Chris was talking about himself, not you, Impy Wimpy. So I know that like it was misleading, but he we played in a match earlier tonight. Um, Unfortunately, like man, we just died on turn two again. Main deck Bog would look a lot better at the moment. Unfortunately, actually, I'll just concede. What am I doing? Like, we couldn't even crop into. I guess we can just Green Sun. So crop here gets 5 mana. If we get a symbio here, we're down to 3. We bounce 1 back, go up to 4, play it, go to 3. We're likely just dead anyways. Um, Not our day right now. Not our day. Um, I've been on the fence with this. The reason why, well, we could have, if we knew what they were on, we could have got the collector oof. I don't think it showed what they were on, right? Like, I mean, I didn't Google them or anything, obviously. It was the Arcanist ban, really, because Bog against Delver is now not very good because their threats are Delve threats, and it's like very awkward. What's it called? It's very awkward to try to guess when to Bog. Maybe I still want it main just because it opens up more sideboard slots. I'm not even sure what I would cut here. Maybe I cut the. I know it sounds blasphemous. Maybe I cut the third shepherd. I mean, sorry, the fourth shepherd because I don't like cutting the mana. Um, I think I like the crop rotation to be honest. It's high impact, but I mean, then we lose games like this, right? I think. I mean, it's possible we just drew the. One of the cards we drew there was a shepherd. It's possible that's just the bog as well. Um, okay, I better start boarding. Yeah. See, the thing is, like, I hate cut. Initially, I don't like cutting mana because in general that's how you lose games. Um, so I tend to like. It's only recently that I realized I can live without Query Ranger. As crazy as that sounds, because Reclaimer actually kind of does the same thing, but it's better. Oops, wrong card. Let's see my sideboarding plan. How did I board in this before? Almost forgot the bog. Very relevant. Yeah, Once Upon a Time I think is like really good. I don't know if you're playing it right now, Chris, but I would highly recommend it. It just makes a lot of hands more smooth. Very awkward, but I think we keep. Yeah, I think three is a sweet spot. Four, I just hate drawing two. It's like miserable to draw two. I think here, given that we have two lands, I'm gonna go ahead and fetch first because I want to increase my viewing window in the so to speak with Once Upon a Time. Like I don't want one of the cards to be the Bayou. Okay, it worked out exactly how we drew it up. Hmm. I'm like very tempted here to take the Shepherd, only because the bog, like we can get the Cradle if need be, or it's gonna come down to us getting a Cradle with a Reclaimer, and then we want to pay off. So I think that's the play. I'll be honest, I haven't been playing enough Moto recently, but right now I've been using first principles to build up. Yeah, for sure. Like Once Upon a Time is pretty much our ponder. Like I know a lot of lists don't play it, and I think it's too good not to play because it lets you keep a lot of hands that are otherwise unkeepable. And everybody knows Elves is well, not everybody, I guess. Most people know that Elves is a critical mass deck, and you don't want to be like mulling when you don't have to. And what this does is it makes a lot more hand. It makes many more hands keepable. Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, just smoothing out hands, right? Like, you assemble, either Visionary or Wirewood. I mean, getting Guy's Cradle is pretty good from what I heard. So that they had Narcomoeba in hand, so that force was kind of free. The nice thing is, well, we just do it again, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Oko like it makes it so that fair games are kind of like I'll take the brainstorm, I guess. Oh, okay, that makes sense. PE, like I think that kind of does what the Reclaimer does in my list. Like in general, PE by itself is not going to beat this list. Plus AB, it was an answer to P AB. What is AB here? Yeah. Sure, yeah. To deal with the plague engineer. Uh, this is like super awkward. I think I just need mana. Because the thing is, like, I can't rely on getting the second green next turn because then you're just doing nothing for another turn, right? That's just too slow. Yikes. This has not worked out very well for us. Like, we would have been potentially better off getting the cradle instead of the getting the cradle instead of getting the shepherd. They've got what? Okay, well they knew about it, I guess. I'm very surprised they name that. In general, you name what kills you, not what you know. But I don't know. Maybe they have a creature to flash it back. We boarded out the entire Visionary Wirewood package, like, which is unfortunate too. Yeah. In general, if you're in the blind, I just name. If I'm on the other side, I'm definitely naming in natural order. And then depending how they played out their hand, sometimes Glimpse is correct in my opinion. I don't think Green Sun comes up as much, but it can. Like if you're a graveyard based deck, you name that because you're scared of ooze. That can't be right what they're doing. Like, well, actually, no, they've already used the other one, so on therapy, so that makes sense. So what they should have done was this is like poor sequencing because they played the cavern before they played the ponder, right? But I don't think it's gonna matter. I think we're gonna lose anyways. I think we're just dead here. They kept on the ponder. I think yeah. There's an argument for glimpse because like I haven't really played to the board. We're just dead here. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think glimpse is the correct call because you want to look at the board state, and if they haven't really deployed much, that's almost like a glimpse hand. Uh, yeah, it was kind of awkward this game. Like they were able to assemble this, and we couldn't develop any pressure. Maybe things are different there if I take the cradle, but I think we still probably lose. It's just the awkward part is having the bog in the hand. We'll see if we can end at least decently here, right? Like we have not been on the right side of variance. Although to be fair, I have been running lately, running hot really lately. So I guess it was bound to catch up with us. It's funny too because now that I think about it, we lost to three combo decks right now, which is not very representative of like. I don't play the challenges like usually, but not very representative of that. And maybe that this would be more incentive for me. In what way, man, Chris? I mean, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but what context do you mean? It's funny. I fired up this stream, like I said at the beginning, hoping to run into Delvers, but I we have not run into Delver like at all, which is unfortunate. So the good thing is I follow the NBA, Chris. So I'm trying. I guess I'm trying to speculate on what you might mean. I guess maybe you mean things. even out. Perhaps I'm not sure. The thing is like we've also okay, that's interesting. Badlands into Bolt. I'm not even sure what they're on. Might be on the Jund Smog deck. Yeah, hard for me to judge, I guess, Chris, without knowing the context. I think, yeah, they're on the Jund Smog deck. I think this is a good matchup for us. It's kind of similar to the, it's kind of similar to the Knitfit deck we played against earlier, where if you just name Archon on Sorcery, you probably win. I think here we want the Reclaimer to live. And we'll just pass. Setting up the arbor is more relevant here. Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at it if you get the chance. Could be D. Let's try to end this strong. I know tonight hasn't been our night, but we played a disproportionate amount of combo as well, including unfortunately losing to Mirror twice. I also think it's. I mean, this pedal like in land grant. Actually, what did we see from the land grant? Manamorphose, Dark Ritual, Arclight Phoenix. So that's good to know. There's the Metamorphose. There's the Bayou, I guess. Yeah, it's like it plays the Croxa, I think as well. Like this is like a Musa Sabi special. I think they top 8 with this not too long ago. Some people have been playing this deck. I don't know how good it actually is, but um, it's like interesting, I guess. I don't think it lines up very well, or I don't think it lines up against us very well, to be honest. I'm gonna do something here that a lot of people don't do enough of. I'm gonna keep Visionary in play. The reason being is I want the mana for Heritage Druid. Mm, yeah, it does. Like naturally, you just win the game on the spot. I think here, unfortunately, I have to do it that way. Okay, now we just win, right? Like, speaking of like good top decks, this is exactly what we're referring to. Exactly, paid off. So, so Impy Wimpy, like this is kind of something I know a lot of newer elf players or less less experienced out players don't do. They just like a lot of times just autopilot into bouncing the visionary, and I think especially in combo mirrors, like some or when you're actually under a lot of pressure, it's correct to leave it in play because the mana matters. And it's like you said, it's paid off like huge, big time here. Like you never know. Like maybe we're just dead next turn to the small combo. Uh, okay. So the interesting thing about this is they have lightning bolt. So like you can't really block their what is it called? You can't really block their arc like phoenixes with Archon. Like it's very dangerous to do so. Um, actually, we want that because of the petals. Actually, if it's only the petals, I don't think we want the oof. That's not right. I think we want the bog for sure. Um, I don't think run afoul is like. I don't think we're losing to arc light, so not really what I think we want. It depends. Non-centric reclaimer versions with one in play tend to pay off. What do you mean by that? What are you referencing, Chris? I think, by the way, we get. I think I like Thoughtseize in this matchup. We just take whatever's relevant. I think. Do they have? I think they have Buried Alive. I could be wrong. It wouldn't make sense not. Well, I feel like we want Leyline. Oh sure, yeah, yeah. There's definitely times in with Queen Ranger or Nettle Sentinel where it matters a lot. When you can fetch a Cradle end of turn, it tends to work out. Yeah, for sure. Like my favorite lines with Once Upon a Time is like opposing end step Once Upon a Time with the Wirewood, untapping one of your dorks, like so you have Heritage mana. Like that. That's like one of my um, big time favorite lines with this deck. I think we should just do this. Yeah, with Glimpse in Hand. For sure. I've definitely done it where like it's not correct to bounce Visionary because mana is the constraint. So I think we do it this way. Where mana is the constraint and then you want to you know, draw as many cards as possible with Glimpse before you you know, fizzle, so to speak. Yeah, yeah. I I know both Chris and Impy Wimpy didn't run on Reclaimer, but I think the card is very good personally. It's just a lot. It's more difficult to run, to play. Oh, the worst ley line. Ooze is pretty good. I think we take the Night's Whisper. It's the only thing we care about, in my opinion. We don't want them gassing up. They might Metamorphose here just to dig. Their hand is not particularly good here. Yeah, I mean, so Metalfish in my Discord, I've been posting the videos. They might be useful if you're just trying to pick up the play patterns. It is not. I will admit, it is not an easy card to play. Like it almost makes the deck like twice as hard to play. Yeah, for sure. Like the thing is, like, I understand too. Like, the startup cost is higher, right, with the card. Nice, thank you. I appreciate that. I think we just seize here and just like, ideally we just take the Metamorphose. Ooh, buried alive. Um, I think we care about this card. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's probably the right play. Like we could just die right now. They Dark Ritual next turn. Let's do that. I'm just gonna pass turn. There's no reason to. It actually sets up a natural order the following turn too. Uh, okay, that was a mistake by me. They have a bolt. I can't realistically just. They're just gonna bolt my Arbor here. I should have played the symbiote. That was a mistake. We kind of want them to. In my opinion, we kind of want them to bolt the Shepherd here. It's not really relevant. Yeah. Okay. So that's heads up. The symbiote matters way more. The good thing is now they don't have a bolt, and we can just get Archon. That. Oh man, that is not. Yes. Um. So there, I purposely led with the Shepherd because I wanted them to bolt it. So that's a good astute observation, Impy Wimpy. So they don't have this anymore. They can hard cast that, but that's like the least of our worries. What is going on? Why are they keeping that in their hand? Okay, I think we just won now. It's not lethal, but it's like pretty close. Sorry, not. So we're for sure attacking with a Shepherd, and then we're gonna Archon. It's just like, what do we name here? I think the name here is just instant, to be honest. Yeah, actually, sorry. I take that back. The Given their hand, like I think the only way we lose is if it's sorcery, right? Like we're not gonna lose a Phoenix. Agreed, Chris. That is astute comment. Yeah. All right, we finished 2-3. Not the best. I can talk a little bit about the matchups. We lost to three combo decks here. We lost the AKA Jax deck, which was the first time we played against it. I think it felt okay, but it's a lot scarier than like the mid range versions, which we beat in the previous league. Excuse me. We lost the mirror to Impy Wimpy. Shout out. Uh, Thank you for the follow earlier and being in the chat. And then Melody was on. Or oh the it's very awkward games, but against Cephalid Breakfast, where we just died turn two, I think, game one. Yeah, I think we died turn two, game one, and game two. just a very awkward hand like that we had the ball and we kept it and we just didn't draw another land. Uh, a little bit is on us. I think in hindsight, well, I think it was actually fine. Um, we drew into more thought seizes. The problem is their hands happened to line up well against it, and then the whole plan or the line was get what's it called shepherd. Yeah, that would help. I unfortunately don't really keep track of like what I play against. Like, and leagues are just all over the place, in my opinion. It's all good. It's like that's part of the appeal with Neto, right? Like you have some chance of the turn two. Uh, in my build, you can turn two, but it's very difficult. Like, um, especially the current list with only one crop. Like, you need multiple crops to do it. Um, but that is the appeal. The only thing is like when things aren't going right, it's the Neto is not as good, right? But that's definitely one of the reasons to play it because you have the slight advantage in the at least game one for sure in the mirror. Um, what was I gonna say? I think let's go over the list actually. Yeah, the challenge is if I had time, I would play them only because like I think they're a more accurate representation of what you would see in a like more competitive environment. Not I'm not saying challenges are like the end all or anything, and leagues have no value. I actually only mostly play leagues because of time commitment. The only times I'll play like the showcase challenges for instance, but I won't play the normal ones only because of time. Um, but I think they're the better representation of meta. Like, I feel leagues are more like your LGS meta, and I say that coming from a LGS that has a lot of good players, but in general, like people don't take it as seriously and they just playing whatever they like, right? Or just for fun decks. A lot of brews, and I think leagues are kind of like that. LGSs are probably more not LGS. Challenges are probably more comparable to like your LGS monthly event that's like for higher stakes. For sure, Chris. I agree with that. Like, I think for the thing is like Burn, for instance, we played against earlier and we beat. I would not expect that like a bigger event because I think there are holes in that deck that will be exposed in a bigger event, so to speak. I think the thing about I want to go over. Okay, since we're on that topic, I usually stream around this time of night, maybe Pacific time, between 7 and 11. My schedule is somewhat consistent. I'm like starting this past week. I've been trying to make it more consistent, um, but it's also kind of mentally taxing on me too because I have work and it's just been a long day, so I don't stream every day. But I'm trying to do at least twice a week now, and once on the weekends for sure, and then at least once or twice during the weekdays. Um, but usually around this time of night, between 7 and 11 Pacific. Uh, One thing I want to mention about leagues is people who do well, like let's just say Scavenge Booze, Balenciaga, uh, Easy Money, JJ. Like it's not easy to get that many trophies. It's not the end all, but that's not a fluke too. Is what I want to mention. I pointed this out a while ago that, or Max Gilmore pointed this out ago, like that you don't accidentally drop into 8 trophies. Like that, that's not a fluke. But granted leagues, the metagame is skewed too. For instance, like um, I have a decent amount of trophies, like in general over like I've finished with them. I've typically been on the leaderboard every season, uh,
not this season at the moment, but every season minus this season for like the last year or so, and also speaking from personal experience, they're not easy to get. It's not the end all because the metagame is different because it favors, for instance, certain decks like there's more combo, for instance. That's for sure, Madros. I would agree with that assessment. Like the usual suspects in the past: Tom Hep, like Pokimoki, Eric Landon. They don't just accidentally fall into the trophy leader by accident. I think that's all I want to say on that for now. Like that's a skill for sure. Like you don't just because the leagues are more casual doesn't mean it's not skill intensive. I think we unfortunately didn't run into Delver. Otherwise, I would have wanted to showcase this card a little bit more. If we're gonna see this many graveyard decks, actually we only ran into the one, I guess, against Cephalid Breakfast, but probably maybe in leagues, maybe we need more combo hate because uh, we lost like four combo matchups tonight, and I don't think that's where we want to be. Yeah. So the thing is, like, let's just say your win rate is I'll bring this up like calculator. So we're educational stream, so we'll just do some math right now. Let's just say your win rate is 60%, right? I'm just throwing out a number there. Um, if your win rate is 60%, you would have to need to string to 5-0. You would have to string that together five times in a row. So that's like to the fifth power, right? That's a 7% chance, 8% chance of 5-0ing, right? That's one way to look at it, I guess. And this is if you're at 60%. If you're like 70%, I guess it's about 16%. So not very high, right? Like I can't speak for others, but like I personally play about one league a night, and you you can't just quote unquote play a lot of leagues to get a lot of trophies because your win rate has to be pretty high because even if things go well, I mean 80% is up, kind of like extremely high. Like that's still only 30% chance of 5-0ing a league. Like not very good. Yeah, so that's the other thing. I want to go back. That's a good point. It definitely benefits. I know Scavenging Boost typically plays Hogak. Something like Reanimator, something that is like Reanimator Oops, because the time commitment is easier to accumulate more trophies than something like Miracles or Stoneblade, which Mitchell plays. So 8 here with the control deck or Pokimoki is actually very impressive in my opinion. That's probably true. When Dreadhorde was legal, I would imagine it's easier than it is right now. Although Delver is pretty good right now too. Yeah, so that's the thing too, right? Like I played against the modern version of Oops. There are just some matches you cannot win. So I played Green White Reclaimer when I played the mocks. Uh, so it was modern and draft, right? Like I qualified with Elves, and then fortunately won the showcase, and I played Green White Reclaimer back. Rest in peace. Before it got banned, Field of the Dead got banned, but um, I felt like the Oops matchup was like particularly pretty good because of Reclaimer. Yeah, so like control decks aren't as popular in leagues only because it takes forever to grind. So to the Honorrogs of the world, to the Mitchells of the world who are keeping it down, like it's not easy to do that in leagues, get that many trophies. Yeah, for sure, Chris. Speaking of Honorog, he's playing Resident Evil. I don't know if people want to watch that. Um, who would you guys like to see stream at the moment? Oops. There's the Ham TV, also Sam Black, Mobius. Let's go with somebody who's has less followers, so that we can check them out. Um, Thank you everybody for staying this whole time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna call it a night now, but I'm gonna go ahead and raid Mobius.